Good morning, everyone. London time. It is exactly 1 past 2. 1 minute late. 1 minute late. Hope everyone's doing well. Let's get straight into it. What a horrible prize action yesterday it was again. It was a little bit disappointing to me because I really thought there was only one good move, or literally just the opening. And then after 10 o'clock, it got very shitty again. So it was literally it's literally only half an hour, and then it's just, I had literally two models that I have, one in pre-market, one in New York, and if everything lined up, if then statements, and it still just didn't work out. So it was quite frustrating because, highly manipulated, overwritten. But I guess once you get into the short, anyone caught that short yesterday? I did not. I stopped trading at some point. It was so choppy, and the way it moved, it was so ugly. It was just horrible. Really, it was. So we went into this fair value gap here, and then we dropped, but it wasn't. It was really a low, high resistance drop. And then again here a lot of consolidation, then another drop. So you can see literally. At 10:30 there was a candle that dropped, then again consolidation back and forth, and then another one at 12:15, and then I got a little bit better after 1 o'clock. I didn't watch it actually. I do want to see the price action at 1 o'clock. Oh, my friends are here again. And then yeah, and see, and this is exactly now. What time was at 1 o'clock? Okay, then it took out all the liquidity at 1/4. Wow. Ugly. Let's see, 11, and then 11:51. Just want to see how I didn't look at it. I was just like, you know what, I don't want to even see it. Even after 1:30, and then also no high resistance here. A little bit better though. Open to this one here. The London 23 of March. You see how I was using all those London fair value gaps, right? It's just beautiful. I'm keeping them on my charts. Okay. Hey Meredith, how are you doing? Hey Sebastian, good evening from across the pond. Aussie trader, hello. Yeah, did anyone trade yesterday? I'm just curious. I actually I tried, but I got two losing trades very quickly because my TP was too high, but my models just didn't work out. And everything worked out if then statements, but no. So we formed Asia high. Obviously, we didn't go. We broke Asia high already at 1/4. The 150 macro. Asia low is here. We formed that at 950 macro in Asia. The daily open is here. Midnight is here. Okay, now what's interesting? It's TGI. It's Friday. Friday we can expect a 20% back into the in the weekly range, but we technically already did that now, right? So we had a low here. We formed at 4. We are going into this week. Now the question is, are we going to go back lower, make another low, and then go back into the range, or have we just had our TGIF? TGIF can happen on Thursday. TGIF can happen anytime, mostly Friday, but sometimes Thursday. So if we're not going to make another low, we sort of we reached the weekly objective. Now, I would like to think that we are not done yet, or we're going to go much higher and then back into the range and then lower again. But We could have an expansion day and then blast through everything and then make a TGIF on the top. Could we make 800? No, it's not going to do 800 points. No. But we could go all the way back up here and tap into 60% and here in this area. This scenario. What do you guys think? Do you think we're going to make another low? Or is NQ going to make another low today? Another low today. Oh, I'll do a poll. Hold on. Let me do a poll. I was just writing a question. So I need more coffee. Start a poll. Will NQ make another low today? That's the question. And if so, then the next question is, when will it do it? Let me go to the higher time. Just trying to find. It's so hard to define the full. What is the range is being used? Because if this is the range, but what if this is the breakaway gap? Then we're going to go much lower. This is the breakaway. We're not going to go into the breakaway. Yeah, I'm. Aussie trader. If oil keeps rising, I think we're going to have problems making a move up. Yeah. So, well, that's my concern. I mean, so then we're back at 20% of the weekly range. Are we going to consolidate the whole day here? Or does it want to make another low and then go back up to the new, if we make another low, we will have another 20% of the weekly range, which will be lower than this one. Yeah, exactly. It looks like, I mean, everything that yesterday was just basically engineered liquidity run to the downside. It was so high resistance. But listen, lately it has been high resistance to the downside and high resistance to the upside. But I do see a 15-minute breaker structure here. It's a little bit. It's a breaker with IFUG right over here. We go into a higher time frame PD array. We took lows. We have an inversion here activated, so market structure shift to the upside. We rebalance this area, which is still in a valid area, and we go up. So what if I use this breaker? I want to calculate my, let me use some standard. I haven't used standard deviations lately because they're just a little bit off now anyway. Everything is off. Everything is bloody off. Okay, we are at almost at one standard deviation. 2, 4 is here. 4 is at exactly 50%. Four standard deviation. Ooh, I like what's happening here. Yeah, I'm still bullish. So I'm bullish for now because of the breaker. Question is this the high it wants to go? Because it doesn't have to go very, also that is like because everything is different. It could just go a little bit higher here and then reject, or not even go to 1. I've seen everything now. Go back into this one here. Maybe retest this again and then go back up or leave this. I do like that this is the accumulation, so we have clear accumulation, low resistance, low risk buy. I mean, I'm sorry. Let me get some coffee here. I'm saying stupid things. Low risk buy right over here. We have a move up, but we left this one open. Now it doesn't have to. If it's going to leave this one, this might be our breakaway gap to the upside. So if we get expansion, then we might have our measuring gap, and then we know we can calculate the range. Sebastian, JP Morgan has some weird option positions on. I don't quite understand that. Some market makers tries to explain that you link I posted. So he feels that why we've had very odd moves. Yeah, I don't want to even think about. But I've never. I mean, listen, I was so upset yesterday. Well, not really upset in the sense of I blew an account, by the way, eval, because it really frustrated me at some point. And I was like, okay, you know what? I just need to stop because nothing is working. If your edge is gone, you stop trading. But it was literally the whole day, and I was thinking, oh, maybe I just have to I might stream, but just only paper trade for the coming 2 weeks or until things get better. So I'm really curious about you guys. If you guys managed to take a trade and get some profits. Like I said, I think the people that scalp, but even scalps. I mean, the New York Open, I was actually in the green until I think after 10 o'clock. I just I don't know. Like I said, I think only the whole week the opening trade was okay. The moves were sort of like the first one initial, and then the initial manipulation, and then there's a nice move, and then after that it's just over and done with. For me, from my side. But anyway, I don't know if you guys are struggling with this price action. My guess is sometimes before New York all having gone spicy, it is moving markets more than VIX and other inputs. Trump's asleep, so it won't be tweets. Oh, interesting. More of you think no, not another low. So the low is in. Yeah, yeah. I tend to think that as well a little bit, but you know what? Um, we could almost see this as a balanced price range. I think. I don't know. So this is my analysis now. If we're going to move away from midnight now, I don't think we're going to see it night at all anymore today. Um, did we retest midnight at all? Here we tapped into it at 20. No, here we created it here. Let's see, what did we do? Midnight here, we went below it, above it, below it, and then here we tapped into it. Another breaker, a little. So if we're not going to make another low today, I think then we might just trend to the upside, right? And then have a slowly grind up all the way back into the range, and then maybe back up to, I call it inverted, that's my inverted TGIF model. It stays in the range, but it still goes to 40, it goes back into to the other side. So it doesn't take out, it's not like, you know, we've been taught that TGIF is we go up to the high or low, we take out the high, low, and then we go back into the range. But we're back into the range now, we're at 20%. Now, the most horrible scenario is that we're going to just chop around here for the rest of the day. That's one scenario. So we stick around in this area and we just stay around and we don't move. We just move a little bit up and down in this range. That's one. Other scenario is we go down, we take another low. At the end of the day, we go back into the range. Or we just fall into the abyss and it doesn't even go make a TGIF and it uses the time to just fall down. If there's news or something, I don't know. That's another scenario. And then scenario 3 is that we just grind up. We have a trend day to the upside. We haven't had a trend day all day, did we? Or did we? Do we have a trend day this week? To the downside? Yeah, we did actually. Well, let's see. But if it's going to be a trend day, London will give us a lot of algorithmic signatures already for that. We'll know in London if it's going to be a trend day. I don't mind, to be honest, because then it's just a matter of positioning yourself and staying in. Well, actually not with these days, because you have large swings back and forth. Hold on, I'm taking that back. I'm taking it back. But if it's a trend day, it doesn't have large swings though. It's just trending up. So 50-50 now, guys. Interesting. 50-50. This still looks bullish structure to me. I want you to go to the 3-minute. Sebastian, I love trend days because once you're able to identify them on time, it is easy to play them because you just have to get in and you can just ride the move up. Breaker. What time is it? 2:20. Hey, if it's going to be a trend day, I don't know. We might just, if we start blasting through this area here and we leave midnight now with this little gap here, I don't know. Let's see. Hey Jay Kumar, how are you doing? It's not easy. It's just stress free. Yeah, I mean, if you don't put any money on the line, it's nothing. It is what it is. Oh, come on, hush, hush now, you little trumpeter hornbills. I know you're here. It's okay. We had an agreement. No trumpeting when I'm streaming. There you go. I do like how it's printing. It looks clean, right? Inversion. A new breaker. Let's see if it holds or not. We didn't sweep below though. I do use it as a breaker because it's formed in a macro. Oh hush. And two fair value gap. I'm gonna do a paper trade long. Let's see. I know we're at the top. It's just a risky trade, but I want to see. I'm gonna do everything different now because I don't trust anything now. I know there's a bearish. I think people can see this as a BPR. I'm just thinking if it's a trend day, it might blast through it. Let's see. Or it's going to go retest this again. Let's see. I'm not going to put a stop loss in. I don't care. This is just a demo trade. I'm just letting everything go. I don't trust anything. Any of my models. Nothing works anyway. So I'm going to try to see what works. Don't follow me, guys, unless you are convinced of your demo trade. No live trade on, only demo trade. Okay, logic. We're in the macro. In the macro, we formed the breaker. Now, one could argue, yeah, but you didn't sweep a higher low. Yeah, we swept a low here, but is it a higher time frame? PD rate, it's a little gap. If I go on the 15, it could be a higher time frame. Let's look. Yeah, it's a higher time PD rate. It's a higher time frame fair value gap, so valid. So there's still logic, even though we activated the breaker with this candle here at 220, which is also still a valid time for me. No, hey, listen, if my cats would make noise like that, the reason I like cats is because they make less noise. I love dogs as well, but the cats I like because they make less noise than dogs. But if my cats would make noise like that, we would have an issue. No, my cats do not make noise. My cats are very silent. They only growl when there's strangers on the property. But hell no. So these are trumpeter hornbills. So that's why they are called trumpeter hornbills, because they make them this noise. It really sounds like a trumpet, right? Okay, let me make my TP, by the way. Okay, let me just do it. I need to do it officially because I can't do this. Okay. Rule goes here, below this imbalance, which is also, it could retrace into this area and still be valid. The only thing I don't like is that we didn't tap into the Asia high. I would love, that would be more of a confirmation, but we'll see. I just want to, because I'm going to do everything opposite now. Because we didn't retest the Asia high. I'm going to think that the trade is going to work. Yeah, I'm going to think now. Everything is not working. My if-then statements, if they don't work, then I'm going to do it. So that's my logic for today. So half of it is okay, other half is not okay. That's the logic. Oh yeah, another logic that I was thinking of was this wick. Hold on, let me see. Okay, so my TP, okay, we are above 50% of the wick, so that also tells me that there might be more upside because already, oh no, we are not. 50% is here, 961. Okay. But we already went through it, so I'm not going to use that level. Okay, this is going to be my trade too here. 130. Yeah, I'm 2R. I can't even make 2R trades now, so whatever. Hey, Zar Trader, how are you? Yeah, so I'm just using this level and mark this fair value gap, so I think it's not going to go higher than this fair value gap for the initial. Okay, let's see. Hey, Nitin, hey, no, DJ, no. This is one standard deviation here, and 125 is here, 2402. Okay, let me go to 2402. See if that works. Okay. Let's see. What time is it? 2:27. So 53% more people think there will be a low again today so far. Um, I like the way how it's printed. It's not so spotty. It's quite the price action is a little better than yesterday. It didn't leave a lot of spottiness behind while it was printing here. Um, balance. I see everything is there's not really. But now let's go back into yesterday. I mean, look, this is just too. This is so juicy, guys. I mean, this is so. I can see a market maker model here clearly, and we're on the buy side already. I don't think we're gonna. I mean, I think we're already on the buy side of the curve, and we're not going lower anymore. I think we're on the. Yeah, I think we had this was the 415 was actually already gave us the market structure. I think this is the market structure shift here, right over here in this area, and now we're on the buy side of the. Okay, hey, no, how you? Naughty girl, hold on. Hey, puppy, what are you doing? I'm long M and Q. Oil needs to chill here to NQ go higher. Hey, company man car, how are you doing? Tired, wishing for the weekend to start. Are you tired from the market, from the trading, which I can totally imagine. You know, every day when I wake up again, I'm back and like, you know what, we're just gonna go into the charts and just take read and stuff like that. But when I'm trading, and it was like yesterday, it's sort of like you just have to come to terms with it. That's just not, you know, favorable at some point. And just use the time to study, journal, and just yeah, use it wisely, I guess, instead of trying to make money. Just preserve your capital when times get better, and then you know we are much more prepared. I know. I think there's a lot of people already checked out of the markets, or people that lose their accounts and they don't have any money anymore, so they really have to. But I think it's so. I think if we get through this time, it has value as well, right? Because we learn. Let's have a look at oil. Let's have a look at gold quickly. Oh, look at my kitty, so cute. Same thing, you know, gold and Q are just always, they're just similar. Same structure. Took out a low, we're up in the high again. Yeah, I would definitely, this is the opening range gap of yesterday of gold. I definitely can see it go higher because it's totally unfilled here. So I think it's going to fill this today. It's almost the same, almost similar structure. Show breaker here. This is your breaker retest, and from 8:30 Asia has been going. So London. So with why I stopped looking at gold for myself is because the best moves in gold are in Asia. And again here, look here, your retest is at 8:30, and then it's just blast off. And I guess it's going to fill this one here now. It still has it, or at least to 50%. So this is an area of, but also here, look at this. It's just, I don't know. I would definitely mark 50% of this opening range gap, and or maybe see how it goes if it taps previous week low, because it didn't tap it here. I guess that would be a nice exit point. Rejecting now, perfect, that's fine. Let it go down a little bit, and then another move up, it will take out this liquidity. Market maker finalized. And QES. Okay, they might want to tab into. There you go. Let's see. What time is it? 2:33. 2:33. Let's see if my stop loss holds. This is perfect inversion breaker. It could hold here. Let's see. I'm okay-ish. I did a stupid thing in my trading, and as I still would say, I shut the bed. The price action has drained a lot of. Yeah. Hey, company Minka, I'm with you. I lost an eval as well yesterday. I tried one of my models in pre-market and another one in during New York, and everything lined up, all my if-then statements, and it still didn't. It only went halfway, and then I thought, oh, we have a little bit of a pullback, and then it was really weird, and it's sort of like it's very tricky, and it makes you think, oh, now it's going to do it, and then it still doesn't. So everything, it's so overwritten. Um, um, Yeah, so every time I say, okay, I'm not going to trade anymore. So that's why I'm just also demo trading right now. But the funny thing is that every time in London, my trades work out well, and New York only for half an hour. I think this structure might hold. Let's see. Um, I like it. Let's see if it holds. Mm, 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 mm. If we're gonna move up from here, I think we'll have a trend day. But if it's gonna go into this area here just to get premium discount, we might not. Let's see. Oh, my stop should have been here, by the way, a little bit lower. But let's see. Let's see. Yeah, my stop should have been below this second candle here. Priya, if you're here, now you know why. This was. Uh, uh, 238. 239. Hey, Max Trace, how are you doing? I got one of my PA that has 500 from failure. I was down. 200 relax is not real money. Yeah, I know. I don't also. But it is frustrating. But it's how the markets, they're designed for us to get into our heads and they're designed around fear and greed. So it does trigger um, those parts of your brain that makes you just activates your psychic. So um, it is what it is. We cannot do anything about it. I think it's just already a win if we are able to recognize it. I think I'm going to get in for another long, but I'm going to wait to 250. But I wouldn't be surprised if this holds and we go back up. Let's see. We do have a flat bottom here though. 887. 887. See, my stop should have been below. The stop should have been below this area here, right over here. Then I wouldn't be stopped out. I have used my own money up until 2 years ago when I found profs. It's been a hobby since 2000. First trades were made with student loan refunds. It was for education, clearly. Hey, that's a good one. I think that's a good use of student refund things. Yeah. Okay, let me think. I want to re-enter. I'm going to re-enter my long. Yeah, I'm going to take my stop loss now. I think it's a very small stop loss. Just gonna. Here we go. Let's see it. Still gonna be the same. What was the logic? The fill is actually here below this one here, but I put it wrongly. I was looking at this imbalance, but it could still fill though. Don't get me wrong. It could still go to midnight because we got an imbalance here as well. But it's going to be a trend day. We might just start going. Let me see, 5 minutes. 244. I'm gonna retest this. We got this now here, so it doesn't work. Yeah, I'm out. $225, or should we enter a short from here and then go down into the range and revisit this later? Above midnight, manipulated above. We were going to manipulate now down and then distribute up. Yeah, so it's a short from here. Yeah, okay, but I still don't trust it. If it's a short, it might be a short all the way up to here, back into the range here. We want a short above midnight. We went into this bearish fair value gap. And then we go back into this range here. Yeah, this is not working yet. Makes sense. Yeah, I think the short will be valid up to all the way back here and then 0.5. 0.5. Looks like low yeah, I think the short might go all the way back to 858. So then we're going to premium discount, sorry. I'm on the 1 minute, yes. Hey Ty, how are you? The 115 high could be a protected high. It's respecting the wick CE. I can't short for some reason. I don't mind letting it go to discount, but I think we have activated the buy side of the curve. Unless I'm proven wrong, then I'll change my buys, but I'm bullish. I don't mind if it comes down to this level here. It would be a nice. This could be it. Midnight could be it as well. I don't know if it wants to. If it wants to leave this open, this could be the breakaway gap. Let's see. Or running stopped out. Yeah, I mean, I'm not putting my money on the line. Well, let's see if we're creating some trend line here. We'll make another. I actually hope it doesn't go into this fair value gap. That would be awesome. I hope it stops at midnight and goes back up. Could do it. Got a mitigation here. Let's see if it stops here. Or does it want to go to 50%? But you look pretty balanced. This looks like a pretty balanced price range to me. You look like you've been doing some work overnight, my friend. You've been doing the work. Wait, let's see. I mean, if it goes lower than 886, then let's see this level here. I really, I just hope it doesn't go into this one. I really want this inversion to hold, if that makes sense. So that means that this fair value gap, I really want this to have the function as a trampoline to the upside. Let's see. Yeah, okay. I see what we did. So we went higher, we went into this little imbalance. Then we are yeah, okay, I like what I'm seeing. I want to get into a long. I'm very bullish for the session, but I just want to find a good entry. Um, I need to put on the fan. It's a little bit hot here. Hold on. What time is it? 2:50. Okay, midnight. Inversion, bullish. Let's see if this holds. I'm gonna put on the fan. Might be a little bit noisy, but I'm just spreading. Look, my little girl, my naughty girl. Hello. Hey Pia, how are you? Oh, that makes a lot of noise. Let me know, guys, if you hear the fan, because then I have to switch it off. But it's getting a little bit. here. 100. 134. 132. Previous week low. Thank you. Previous week here. Hey Rajesh, how are you? The New York candle close wick is a level I'm watching. Yeah, let's go higher time frame, by the way. Let's do that. I didn't do that yet. Thank you. I like this level for long, to be honest, but I've been stopped out twice now, so I have to be careful. Sometimes you have to wait a little bit longer. Um, okay, so the weekly candle is literally a doji now. I'll take this off. Okay, there's no body on the weekly at the moment, so we went into this week here. We didn't even hit 0.5, so that signified the bearishness that we have experienced. Um, let's go to the daily. We could reject. I mean, if we don't go lower, we could reject here, so it might want to go lower. Well, I don't know. Well, I mean, if we go below this blue box, then obviously my analysis of, um, but This is a 3-day. um, doesn't want to grab this liquidity today. So that means a leg lower. Hey, Vincent, I was thinking about you. I thought, where are you? I was like, oh my God, I haven't seen Vincent the whole week. I hope you're okay. So you're back in Cape Town. Woohoo! Trader shop. Are anyone in shorts? No, I'm not interested in a short at the moment. Um, if it's going to go lower, it's going to go lower without me. I believe we've activated the buy side of the curve, so I would like to see a market maker model be done. I think if we go lower, it's just a retracement to discount. So I'm not interested in a short. But hey, if I could be totally wrong. So I'm just watching for now. So I'm actually thinking this might be a good area for the long, but I'm not sure. Five past. So Vincent, yeah. So this is the thing with the TGIF. I'm just looking at it, and so we are at 20%, right? The question is, does it want to make another low? But I do think if we do make another low, I think we're going to fall into the abyss. So we're at 20%, we're at 10% here. I can see it go up here, but I don't want it to go any lower, but um, I don't trust this area to go. I can't be in a short right now. I'm targeting 816. He can do whatever he wants. Yeah. Well, it's doing whatever it wants lately anyway. I can't wait for the days when we have low resistance liquidity runs again. I mean, it just seems so long ago. Just a normal run like this, and it just keeps on going, like, for a couple of minutes, just goes down. Now, anytime, I just don't, anytime you can get a wick back up again, and it's just, I think it's gonna go to 860, but macro's over. There's also a 15-minute devil's mark been sent here, so it might go below this fair value gap wicket and maybe back up. This needs to hold though. If we want to stay bullish, this really needs to hold. I want to enter along, but I just don't see a proper entry yet. 310. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Vincent. Yeah, A, M, and then distribution. You're looking at accumulation, manipulation, distribution, right? Is that what you're looking at, Vincent? So, okay, let's go. Okay, blast through midnight. Come on, give it to me. It's okay, Dolly. It's okay, Dolly. Okay, I'll close the door. Hold on. I'll close the door. I'll close. She's so afraid of the lawnmowers. So Umbro Nation is asking how much he should risk, but you're talking in dollar amounts instead of percentages. That's actually something that's already, I think, the wrong approach. So you say I made 700 on one day and lost 350 on day two and 350 and 3 day each. So literally you're back into break even then. Now I have, yeah, you're not break even because you have the daily drawdown. Yeah. Um, I don't know what kind of account you have. I think you have a 50. Do you have a 50K account? Technically, you don't have your draw. Technically, you don't have 25K, 50K, or 100K. You have only your drawdown amount. For beginners, we used to always say, yeah, you don't want to risk more than 1% per trade. But it's pretty hard now with all the ranges being so much larger, right? If you do micros. Um, but then still, if you would use only 2 or 3%, and only use A plus setup, then you could never get into that amount of drawdown. Um, if I lose an account, I always it's because of over leveraging. You're not following those rules. Um, but yeah, I think you're on micros or a 50K. Yeah, but what's your drawdown? I think the drawdown is either, yeah, 2,500, or sometimes some have 3,000, right? Yeah, you shouldn't be counting with the 50K. You should actually work with the drawdown that you have. And if you are technically, if you are only 2K and with yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, so 2K is literally actually what you have, right? You don't want to go, so you should calculate like, okay, I've got 2K to work with, but technically now you only have 1,300, right? So you can't go lower than one micro. So if you want to go back to get out of that drawdown. But in all honesty, guys, I wouldn't even be trading in these markets with because I mean, well, London hasn't been too bad, but New York has been pretty awful. Um, the risk is so much, there's so much more risk than reward. Okay, we're getting back in original consolidation, so this might be the finalization of this market maker model, right? So let's see if this fair value gap is going to hold. Um, so if you have a 1 minute, so every retracement on the higher time frame is a market maker model on the lower time frame, right? So if you look here, we have a 1 minute market maker model, buy side, sell side. We're back in original consolidation, but the question is how deep do we want to go? Um, I think this might be a barrier here, this fair value gap, but let's see if it wants to go there. I do see a devil's mark here, which is below this fair value gap though. So Later here, so. I used to be actually better in shorting than longing before, but that was a time of the low resistance. I was able to see shorts better than longs for some reason. Um, but I think let's say in the time when we had the low resistance liquidity runs, the shorts were really fat. They just seemed to have more. Um, I think downhill went faster than uphill. I'm talking before. I don't know. Now everything is high resistance anyway. Okay, let's see. The point is right up here. Oh, Sebastian, I started trading in 2007. Wow, that's a long time. I interviewed with Knight Capital. My life is interesting. Okay, interesting. I blew three evals this week. Luckily, it's evals. Exactly. Same here. I also blew an eval yesterday. Um, Shorting was one of the hardest psychological things I had to do. Yeah. The movement of lasers and resistance up and down. Exactly, Vincent. It's just all. It's both sides, and I hate it. I literally hate it. Now people would draw lines making levels on your chart. I've got a lot of lines on my charts, but they. I see this maybe as this could be a balanced price range. Let's see if it wants to. Yeah, I love shorting as well, but it has to be low resistance. In out, one macro, 20 minutes max. Not this slow drip down is sort of like um yeah. So it started 224. We're at 325 now. An hour later. Trader shop thinks it's going to previous day low. Could be. A trade? No, I did not. What did I just mention? What did I say? Did I say something smart today? I don't feel smart today. Did I say something intelligent? Yeah, Trader Shop. I know you're in a short. I hope for you it goes there. Let's see if it. I see we have a devil's mark here with a little imbalance. So I do think we're going to wick at least in this area. But I think this might hold this. Let's see if this old fair value gap holds. We do have liquidity here. I'm sort of losing interest to get into. I don't know if you guys know is that I'm sort of like losing interest to really trade this kind of markets in the way it's going. I'm sort of like, oh, I'm not, I would rather wait for, yeah, it just doesn't. I'm not that excited to be in the markets at the moment. If how it's, I just hate this how it works, how it goes. I don't mind watching it, but it's just like it doesn't excite me. Now trading has to be boring, but it's just it's annoying. Did anyone else catch that short? Um, did anyone else short it from 224? All right, Joshua, you did well done. Well done. Trader Shop. You already shared your entries. Okay, let's hope Trader Shop is in the trade. So let's 816, right? Um, let's all send some vibes that it hits the you guys' levels. We've got equals here. Now the daily open. Where did the daily open? We traded two already. Okay, what time is it? 3:30. It comes back. If it comes back to my entry, I'm quit trading. Trader Shop. I've said that a lot of times this week. I had really good entries, and then it went only not even a quarter in, and then it just spikes back up 50 to 100 points back to entry. I already had a couple of times that I was like $100 away from passing an eval, and then it just stopped, and then it went all the way back, and I was back at zero. Things like that, and it's just And then and suddenly I was in drawdown while I was almost passing, and I was there, and it was literally I was following a model. If then statements were lining up, and I mean nothing works 100%, but this was really weird, and it's like, and then another model, same thing, in New York, pre-market, New York session, same thing, and then I was like, oh, never mind. Meredith, you're also in. Good, well done, well done. Yeah, it looks weak, right? You can see it's weak. If it would have been bullish, it would have had a stronger reaction. We had a small spike, and it's already back down. So it looks extremely weak. Yeah, this devil's mark. Yeah, trader shop, it doesn't matter if it's 1 micro, right? It's running and your analysis is correct and you're taking the trade, you've got the gut to take the trade, and if it's only one runner, it's perfect. You have less risk, but you're making money. It doesn't matter if it's a little bit, but it's still, I mean, it's still a significant run. Um, yeah, I think the devil's mark is a very good exit point here. But hey, Vincent, remember lately as well, what we've seen a couple of times, it makes another 4-hour candle and it didn't take out the devil's mark. It created another devil's mark, remember? So I would now just put um, I would get out above this wick. Because remember, sometimes now it makes another candle and it leaves another devil's mark and then the next one takes it out. So I don't trust anything anymore. No, I understand why he would use 20 micros because it's easier to scale in and out with micros. I also prefer to trade with more micros, even though it's there's more commissions, but on ethos it doesn't really matter. But I also like to trade with more micros than because you can scale in and out when it switches very fast. Oh look, okay. Um, Now I like this area. Oh, what am I going to do? Cannot trade now. I'm conflicted. You know, I would, yeah, I also wouldn't care about the commissions. I'm conflicted because of the devil's mark. Otherwise, I would have, yeah. So, um, there's no structure. The future breaker. Oh, I like this entry here. Original consolidation. Once we go back into original consolidation and we go back, but we don't have a breaker here. Future breaker setup. Are we gonna leave this? Ay, ay, ay. But we're back into the 15-minute breaker. Hold on. We're back in this area here, in this fair value gap. Look at this devil's mark. We're below 50%. I hate you and Q. Hey, Candy Cane. It's just the London first presented fair value gap of 23rd of March. I think this is going to be a future breaker. Foolish. Now I'm too chicken to get in. Oil is going to 100. I have to be at work in 4 hours. Well, Sebastian, that's quite a long time still. Do you have to drive far, or are you near work? I didn't enter. We already did this here. We did that. Yeah, it's gonna. This is gonna be the activation. Um, did not form swing. We formed the swing low. Yeah, I mean, I think the market maker is fine. I mean, it can be finalized, but it could still go lower. But it went in. It could go back into original consolidation and then be done. But activation, we retest the inversion. We're still respecting the inversion. Yeah, I think we're still on the buy side of the curve. Bearish breaker. Yeah. So I think the range is in. Why am I saying that? I think this is the breakaway gap here on the 15, and this is the measuring gap here. So I think that I just I'm just not convinced that we're going to make a lower low. Or are we going to use this as the, well, yeah, but then we go really low. Measuring gap. Is the measuring? Is this the measuring gap? If that's the case, we're going to go much lower. Let me go to the 1 hour. Nothing is clear anymore. There's no breakaway. Breakaway. Same measuring. I have no idea anymore, to be honest. We're on the opposite side here. It looks like we want to go lower. But I don't trust it. I just don't trust this low. Little low. Here we took out the low. Mm. We've got juicy lows here, right? 23.7, so 1,000 points lower. I mean 100 points lower, sorry guys. Um, okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm 331. Okay, I think 331. The low is in for London. Uh, we tested this one here. Rejection block on the 1 hour here exactly. Yeah, okay. Yeah, rejection block here. Yeah, okay, I'm still bullish. I'm gonna give it another go, but I can't find a good entry now. I should have entered here and then, yeah, I'm bullish. But I should have entered here, but I was chicken. Um, because of that bloody 15-minute, yeah, I think the long is in. I missed the entry. Entry should have been either here, 330-ish, and this one, the retest of this fair value gap. Let's see, we are activating a new breaker. Then we have a breaker. We can have an entry here. Let's see. Next macro. But it makes sense to me because we rejected here on the 1 hour rejection block. Also in a higher time frame breaker still being respected. I think we're on the buy side of the curve though. Well, Sebastian, well, I mean, there's so much liquidity that has been designed, created during overnight, and I think they're going to leave the lower ones for next week, maybe. I mean, who do they want to hurt now? I guess they want to hurt the shorts, right? No S&T. Daily open has been retested already on very beautifully on ES. Here, not yet. Look how beautifully this has been printing. We're above midpoint. Yeah. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna find an entry. 23,855. Yeah, no, I think this one. I think the low is in here on Thursday already, but um, oh, sorry, Popo. Sorry, my love. I'm so sorry. I'm quickly going to the bathroom. Oh, the macro has started though. Hold on, but I need to go. Otherwise, I'm not going to be comfortable. we go. Yeah. Hey guys, but on the other hand, if it does wants to go lower, I mean, then I think it's really going to. I do think there is so much room to the downside if it does wants to go lower and it goes through that whole consolidation area. If it goes through here and it blasts through here very fast, I think it's going to go very fast to the downside. So let's have a look at the 3 hour. What are you showing us? Do you want to go lower or are you going to, okay, we're at the midpoint. Okay, we're exactly, bodies are above the midpoint. Are we going to go into this wick and go another leg down, or are we going to blast through and go up? So it's going to be low, high resistance here as well. I think I want to position myself for a long, only paper trading, guys. I want to position myself for a long. I'm just going to enter on a market order in. Let's see. I want to journal the times because we're in a macro. Lately, these macros have delivered. Now, obviously, I'm bullish, but if I'm wrong, I'll be wrong. So do not copy trade me. I'm just, I want to just look for how it's behaving and when it's going to break. Obviously, I was bullish from the start, but either this macro is going to break and then it goes into the abyss, I think, at some point, or it's going to go. Where's the 3 hour? I mean, I want to break that way. I don't. Okay, OBS. Okay, I'm back. Streamline. Yeah, no, Mr. Chaos Factor. I have an internet glitch here. So let me see. I think I'm back on, right? Are you hearing me again? Yes. Okay. Yeah, that was a glitch. Welcome to South Africa. It's fiber, but still sometimes it just does not. Okay, what's going on now? Now I'm totally lost my train of thought. Okay, here we go. I'm back. Yeah, I know. It was a glitch. Suddenly it just disappeared. Baby come back. I was singing Baby come back. Do 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 dum. Do do do. Okay, 4 o'clock. We opened up. Oh, I have to put on live chat because for some reason, if I put on other chat, I don't see some people's chat for some. It's so weird. YouTube. Do 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 do. Okay, 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. Let me lower. I'm gonna lower my just below this here. That's how it should be. Okay. Now, if we start running, it should go higher. Hold on, I need to go. I'm wrong, or if I'm right, I think it's going to I think it's going to blast off to any. If it's going to go lower, I think it's going to go into the abyss. If it's going to go higher, then we might hit a nice high. Okay, 4 o'clock. God damn it. It's a bit of a weak structure, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, if it goes up, it's not really like there's no, yeah, you see, it's just, ugh. This is actually very bearish because it actually retested midnight where it took out liquidity here. Um, so I think it will take me out. Let's see. Still don't trust it, but this is seek and destroy. Takes out both sides of the liquidity and then goes back and forth. Very low probability. Very nasty, nasty, nasty. Um, so just want to see if there's a body that's going lower, but I think it might just wick into that devil's market and maybe wick back up. Let's see. Yeah, be careful, guys. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not preferring London. Well, the whole week London was better, but today, I mean, not too happy with London either today. There are no buyers in the, it's just an algorithmic level. There's no anticipation in the markets. Let's see what gold is doing. Oh, I'm not touching this, Marco, and not at all. I'm not interested in this market at all. Okay, so gold is also in this area here. Now, gold would actually might be in a better pay if it goes up to here, maybe go into this range, but it's a similar, like, and Q is now here, right? So it's now in that consolidation area. If it breaks it, it will go lower, most obviously, but so gold is being held up in this range now. So it's not really going in the same direction at the moment. Now, and Q's break is in the consolidation area. Disrespected this. This busy? Sibi, so, yeah, busy, sorry. Yeah, I wouldn't sell at all. No, I wasn't interested in this sell at all. But obviously the sell does make sense if you, in this area, around 230, we make a high here. We don't go high. We are um, in a SIBI. On the higher time frame, it most likely is a rejection block, I think. Let me check on the 1 hour. It's a rejection block. Oh no, it's a wick. Yeah, but it's still valid. Doesn't matter. Let me go to the 5. We're above midnight. One could argue. And I think what Vincent did was a good trade. Take it down to here. I would have taken it to this fair value gap. That's it. But it could also be like, you have original consolidations, you've got sell side, buy side, back to original consolidation. This could be a mitigation block. It could also gone back up from here, leaving this as a breakaway gap. Yeah, for me, it wasn't, I mean, 902. Yeah, I wouldn't be more interested in, if I would have taken the short, it went up to here, but that was about 30 or 40 points. I'm not interested in that. I still don't trust it at all. I don't like it too much. Yeah, it's everything is just everything is over it's just like it feels like everything is overwritten. Maxima, I had like 2 models that literally work 80% of the time. Every event statement in pre-market and in New York, everything, I had all my confluences up and running, and it still didn't go to TP, and it still, took me out while one was 1/4 way in, another was 3/4 way in, and then boom, back into with a big spike, and like, oh my god, it's just crazy. I was almost at passing an eval, like I was $250 away, but it still wasn't at TP, and then it started consolidating, and then it went to the other side, and I was back at zero. I'm like, what? And I'm like, and then I was like, and then it just horrible, horrible, horrible. I've never seen anything. I mean, in all honesty, like yesterday was. I keep on saying it, but I think yesterday was one of the worst days ever that I saw how the market was doing. After 10 o'clock, not before 10 o'clock. Here's your puppy. Sleeping. Such a nice life for as a cat. You just sleep, you eat, you have a slave, you can ask anything, and they bring you your food, and they make sure you have your toys, you get your cuddles. Such an easy life. It's just spoiled life. So our trader, did you take a trade? Are you in that short? But one of the logic that I actually do use, if I use my logic of the 152.10, if we go below it and we have a retest, but that's also something that I was missing. Well, actually, it did give it this little candle here, but I thought it was equal highs as well, so that's why we did get it. So if the moment we have a retest and it goes lower than this, that's my entry. But I thought it was equal here. It's just 255. How many points is that? Let me see. Let me see if I would have entered retest somewhere here. Oh my god, my internet going again. Don't do to me. And then my trade would have been up to 50 points. Because I said I can see it going up to here. But I probably would have taken it lower. Let's see here. And then use this here. Will be my trade. 40 points. Yeah, well, I'm just not interested in 40 points. But I should be now in these markets. That's a problem. But this was a valid trade, in all honesty. We were above midnight. We were below below the 150 macro low, which is a valid swing low. And we retested this CB in a macro. So this was a valid entry. And the 4% 5-minute candle, 4 days in that will. Hey, Gigi, you cannot touch my setup, my love. You cannot do that. You're so cute. You're so cute. How, what did you have to check again if everything is okay? You cannot touch it, my love. Hmm? You cannot change the settings. Hmm? Little cutie. Little cute. Let me just add more light, okay? Is that okay? And the 4% 5-minute candle 4 days, and now all that's gone again. Yeah, I know. It's crazy, right? We'll remember remember that we would say, remember those days, 2026 first quarter. Oh my God. Um, Maybe I'm also against shorting because I just don't like it. That I just want to market. I want the market to go back to normal. Maybe there's a psychological thing with it. But this was a valid trade in this area, definitely. Macro trade, which I could have taken logic behind it. Um, and then this one this week, and again also with the at 4 o'clock, it used this. Is it an order block? Yeah, very, but also the retest of midnight here. But it is too wicky for, I just didn't like it. But it was that was very bearish. It wicks into it, so it takes out liquidity here. So there's no reason to go back up, and then continues lower. Back to the daily open. Will it continue lower? It's hard to argue now that it's bullish. I think someone in chat already mentioned the previous low. Yeah, this market just needs base hits, just maybe 20 points, 30, 40 points max, and then out. Then it's okay to do it. But I'm still not in that mindset yet. It's sort of like I find it so difficult to change my mindset. I'm still looking for those distribution trades, and they're just not there. So that is just something I'm really struggling with. Now one could argue, yeah, this distribution candle, yeah, it is, but not low resistance on the 1 hour. It's just back and forth a little bit. 1 hour. See, this wick goes back all the way in, and then it distributes. I think the 3 o'clock was the best. You see, that one was really good. And this one, it is continuation. I mean, it in hindsight, it looks so easy, right? Well, actually, it is easy. You get in here with 2 micros, you take 1 off. But this is then, you sit through here and it spikes back up, and your entry is somewhere around here. You give back almost more than half of your profits. That's a very uneasy feeling here. And then you have 1 runner. That's possible. So you know how I see it? If I look at the market like this and it's just trickling down, I would just rather wait and see what it wants to do. I would really love it, for example, if it would leave like an equal low, a previous day low or something, or so you can really like get intel what the manipulation in New York is going to be. So for me, at the moment, I wouldn't even consider entering a short. I would just let it. We don't have any news today, do we? Well, if you took the short, congrats. But if you missed it, just collect intel, and it will leave algorithmic signatures. Like, okay, Um, I'm not taking it now, but then if it leaves equal lows and it goes back, well, then it's sort of like, okay. So remember, we have 100 points lower. We have those, a lot of juicy. We've got these here. This area here, it's 735-ish here. A lot of interesting areas here. So I'd rather, let it make a high, a normal retracement, and then, get in and stuff like that. Use the opening range gap that might form. Oh, let's see, where did we close yesterday? Okay, so this is interesting. Yesterday we closed. So the opening range gap will be from 23,900 to where we're going to open up. So that will be around this area. So if we go lower, that's a large opening range, but we could also make a smaller gap and that might go up again. So yeah, I don't think it wants to expand too much then. It's not going to give us an opening range gap of 400 points, 200 points. I think it will be max 200. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get an equal low here. And then it goes back into the range before open or something. I think the max they will give us is 200 points. So 900, maybe around 700-ish. Could be. Okay. Here's the low. Go back. And then make another low maybe and then go back into open range. Or just Friday always, they know how you make all your scenarios and it's always different. I mean, they're very creative. It's very impressive, actually. Very impressive. Sometimes I thought, oh my God, I really see it now. I really see it now. I know what you're going to do. And then I was like, oh, didn't see that one coming. And then the rest of the week was really you're on, you know what is happening, your bias is correct, you use the logic. But on Friday, I was like, oh. So I'm always prepared for a new scenario on Friday. But I guess at some point, well, I keep on journaling them. At some point, I should have them all, right? I'm getting there. At some point, they should have had all the variations. I don't know. I guess there are so many that we just don't. We'll never catch up. They always will be smarter than, I mean, at least than I am. I know that for sure. What was I doing? Looking at the news. I don't think there was news. I checked it yesterday, but today, we do actually. Why is my news on a different time? Yes, you should be on Eastern. I live in Eastern time. I speak Eastern. Pacific time. Where are you? Chicago, US. No, I want Eastern. There you go. Hey, what are you doing, Gigi? Here we go. Okay. Okay, we actually do have news at 10 o'clock. Revised consumer sentiment. What am I saying? Revised consumer sentiment. And GBP, we had sales at 3 a.m. Okay, good. We missed that. Well, that we had that move. And then we have FOMC members speaking from 11 a.m. Okay. And then we most likely have some tweets in between from Mr. Presidente to spice up the markets, to give us a bit of spicy. So I'm going to take this one. Okie dokie. Now this green line is a high time frame PDRA that I thought we might stop into as a low, but it might break as well. Let's see. Oh, that's Asia. That's Asia low. Oh, we're already at Asia low. Oh, wow. You did it. Thank you. Asia low taken. Asia low taken. Asia high taken. We went through the consolidation, so it doesn't look very bullish to me now anymore. The bullishness left actually here already. I wouldn't buy either at these. I wouldn't do anything at these values. Why? You're right now literally very close to the weekly low and the 10%. So at the weekly range. You either want to have a run already, but I would not, because you can see the 1 hour. We're in extension now of the last candle. We did take out a high, we did take out equal lows, but I don't know, I would not anticipate, because also if I look at this area, what do we have? I mean, how much imbalances did we leave behind? I would rather wait for a change in state delivery on the 15-minute. I would rather just let it go down, 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 and when it turns and it gives another change in state, then I enter along. This is for me gone. This is just for me not in a play anymore. This is just no touchy zone. And that's what trading is about. If you miss your entry, you just have to sit it out and wait and just watch and just collect information and see what's happening. What did I miss? Where could I have entered? What would have been my logic? Where was my re-entry? And I wouldn't be surprised if we reject in this wick here, and then I don't think it's going to take this out in one. That might be a trade later on, maybe the 450 macro. If we reject here and then go back a little bit, and then maybe the previous day low. But also because now, I don't know, it might leave the previous day low for New York, right? Remember, we have the opening range gap from 900. They don't want to go too far, I think, out of them, because that means the further away they go, the market opens in 5 hours. That's still a long time. So we could go a lot lower and then go back up into the range, though. Could be. It's Friday, baby. They want to hurt you. They want to take your money. But this is what I journal. If I journal, I would, because I put the paper trades on, I was stopped out. And then I'll journal. Okay, where was my entries? What's the logic? Where should I've entered? What will be my stop loss? How much points? I need to get okay with under 50 points. I sort of like got into the habit of I'm not interested in trades under 50 points. So I need to get that out of my head. And then I could have easily, I would have traded up to here, this this entry here. Why? Because I don't want to sit to this into the upside. But then again, because of this devil's mark, you could anticipate lower prices, right? Um, uh, actually, honestly, this is actually a very standard London setup. We create, we've got liquidity in Asia created on both sides. We go up. Yeah, I think Vincent, you said AM. I think you're right. Accumulation is actually the standard London setup. Accumulation, we take out one side and then we go opposite, take out the other side. Clear AMD, AMD. So we might have a little bit lower. But this, I just didn't like this one here. That could have, was, in hindsight, it's always easy, right? But we could have rejected here and go back up. We did. Just small breaks back into midnight. Yeah. Um, what's up, Ayo? What is oh my god? It is dumping, but it's not really, I don't call this this is just a slow grind to the downside. I don't, we love dumps, but, um, you see, you want to see large candles to the downside, but it's going down, but it's going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth to the downside. So it's not, yeah. So I think it's very important when you journal, because if you journal only higher time frame, it looks like very easy, right? Okay, we went into the wick, and then you enter from the open, you enter in the manipulation, and you take the 4 hour candle down, because that's how I usually trade. Open, and then I want to get in between the high and the open. Now, so technically, all the if-then statements do match. We're above midnight. Um, we went into a fair value gap. We have a low at 2. This is my 1:52 a.m. So technically, my trade should have been in this area, between the open area, but I did not take it. Why? Because I thought we would have higher price. I thought we would go a little bit higher, and I thought we would also reject. If we would go lower, I thought reject already in this 15-minute one here, and that was only 50 points. Yeah. So I thought we might reject here already. This was the max of the retracement. Here, let me go back up. But then again, if you have a devil's mark, you should already be aware. Is it only going to retrace here, or are we going to go take this out? So that means this one is going to fill, right? So that means my fair value gap is not going to work. So in hindsight, it's very easy. Hey DBT, how are you doing? Yeah. And then again, also this 4 o'clock, this wick was actually also, using midnight as a retest. Also very bearish. Actually very. If we go lower, I've got a level here, 641, after previous day low. I've got many levels here, 741, 2. Yeah, all these levels are levels I like it. My low here. How's it going, DBT? Have you traded, by the way? Did your model play out? Have you got any models that are working? I mean models in New York. Yeah, in hindsight, if I'm thinking about this again, if I'm looking like, if you talk premium discount, because I thought, we made such a big lag yesterday, and I think about this candle here after 4:15. Are you dreaming, my love? So the cats are so cute when they're having a nightmare or something. Their whiskers go. Their ears and their whiskers are just moving all the time when they're sleeping. It's actually very funny. It makes me laugh. Now, I want to show you guys something here. I just realized it. I didn't even think about it. Look here. That should have been my also. I was just thinking, oh, the manipulation wick, but I didn't even. If you look at this at the open, right? We formed this high. This wick at 4 o'clock, we went already to discount. It didn't need to go any more higher. See, I missed that one. So next time I know I have to look, because I actually thought about it, like, oh, it already, this was the manipulation move, but I forgot about it. But look here, this is 0.5. It didn't need to go higher. So this was just the AMD, accumulation, manipulation, distribution to the downside. So that's my mistake for today. That my thought that was wrong, because I just forgot to calculate this, and it's a large wick, but it had a purpose. What was the purpose? Going back, already mitigating, balancing out this whole range that it creates. So people for today, like me, would be fooled and thinking, oh, it might go higher because of we had such a long move to the downside. Well, they mitigated it all in one candle here. Boom, back to midnight. Now we can go back further down. So that was my mistake for today. It already done the job. So let's go back into now. If that is the case, then we're definitely going to go to previous day low. But are they going to take it out in London? And if so, is the next question, how low are we going to go? So when this is now mitigated, we need to go higher for now. Now think about the logic. We don't need to go higher for now, but we're going to have an opening range gap, which was at 900, right? So that is somewhere around, let me check again. I think it was 900. I need to go back to, where did we close? Yeah, right over here. Open, yeah, 23,900. Now that means the opening range gap means there is no overnight trading in that gap, right? It's just a gap that smart money uses as a gap. So if we go lower, open up. Oh, hello. Oh, I have to be careful with you now. So if we go lower, we're going to open up just above the open of the wick. So that whole area comes into play again, because that's where the opening range, that's where the gap is, that's where the imbalance will be, right? So even though we are balanced now because we went to premium here and we're going back lower. The moment we have the opening range gap open at 930, the area is back in play. For now, I don't think we should even consider it, because obviously we just premium and we're going further down. And then I would use this as a high for the next range to calculate the next stealing range. We can do that. Well, we don't know where it's going to go, but then we still have this opening range gap here that's also unmitigated, but I don't know, we're going to see that today. Who knows? I mean, we could spike, we could go lower and then blast through all the opening range gaps that still need to be mitigated, like this one here as well from Thursday. It's not much fun in this one either. So keeping it on my chart, you see it. So yeah. There could be one tweak they can use, and then they could spike it back up, right? So yeah, sorry guys, I missed this one here. This was the back to premium, so that's why this wouldn't go up higher. Yeah, Ty, you could be right. But you know what? At some point, it might want to retrace back into the range. We don't know. But yeah, you're right about your weekly profile, definitely. Also, a mistake that I'm thinking that now I'm just already a lot of the time when price goes back into 20% here around this time, you can see it happen here, right? It didn't go higher here as well. That was also indication that it just wants to go lower. Because the moment, if we do have a TGIF, it will push through to 20% and go into the range, most likely to 25 and then 30%. But we wick through 20% here on the, let's put the hourly on. Here at 1 and at 2 we didn't even go higher anymore. So there were actually a lot of indications. I don't know, guys. I'm just a little bit I'm just not in tune with the market anymore because I just feel like, oh my God, I'm going to be manipulated out of it anyway. I have to get out of this mindset. I have to change my mindset for next week. I need smaller trades and I need just to be more focused. Just more focused. I'm just not in. I just get a little bit. I don't know if you guys feel the same. It's like I'm just not as excited in the market now. Trading shouldn't be exciting, but you also shouldn't be like. There's a lot of clues that I missed today, unintentionally, but it happened. So, but this was the biggest one here. This was back to premium. And you can use this range because it was also the opening range, right? We opened here, we have a swing high, the beautiful two lower lows, the swing lows at the side, and then we made a swing low here, which was the end of the day. So this is a very valid range, and we just wicked up to 50% and it was done. That's it. Just in one little candle. Hey, Gigi, what are you doing? You cannot throw my stuff. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hmm? Okay, let's put your little paws of the. Hmm? You should be sleeping. Yeah, my cat. Yeah, one is Dolly. One is Dolly, and one is Gigi. Gigi is my half African wildcat. She's not wild anymore, but she is too smart to be a cat actually. She protects me from snakes and scorpions. When I live in the bush, I leave everything open because I know she'll warn me, or when there's one, she'll tell me. So Gigi is the smart one. Dolly is the let's say, I don't want to say she's not smart, but let's say she's less smart than Gigi. She's very pretty. She's half Maine Coon. It's princess, drama queen. Dolly is a Dolly. Gigi was actually rescued by us from a hotel in Joburg. I came back from the Netherlands, and my boyfriend then he picked me up from the airport, and we were just staying over in a hotel, and we saw this cute little kitty cat, but we thought she was pregnant, but she was kicked around by people, by the owners, or by people that worked at the hotel, and she was in a very bad. She didn't look very well, but we thought she was pregnant. We were always taking. I mean, we had a home. Like there was a Nyala walking around. It was a pet Nyala, pigs, 6 dogs, 5 cats, and if we would see a stray that needed help, we just everything. It just. There were cows, there were donkeys. I used to have walk with the dogs. I had like a whole string of animals. The pigs would follow the Nyala. I had 6 dogs, a Nyala, and the pigs, and that I would walk around. And they were so funny. It was a 100-hectare farm. Um, so I said, shall we take her? And he says, yeah, if you want to, yeah, take her, whatever. But we still had to drive 6 or 7 hours. So I took her, but I thought, well, yeah, I'll take her to the doctor just to make sure that she's okay, because I think she's pregnant. Well, guess what? She was 3 days away from dying because she was so constipated that she didn't go do her business for days. So they had to unplug her. He said, well, that was the worst. We never seen anything like this. But if I wouldn't have taken, she would have died. But they gave her an illegal operation. So what they do, feral cats, they just So when they're feral, they do operations, but apparently it was a illegal operation, which gone horribly wrong. She still had the stitches inside, so she must have been in a lot of pain. And they terminated her pregnancy, but I think they effed up her body so badly that she couldn't go to the toilet and things. I needed to give her an enema like for a year, each month or every 2 weeks. So, but now she's fine. She's doing okay. So she is now. So she's very grateful. So she was on medication for a long time, but now she's healthy. So she's okay now. So that's Gigi. Gigi's story. It was a lucky day when we came to the hotel. That was your lucky day, huh? Okay, I'm just contemplating if there's anything to see here, to be honest, or should we just touch some grass and do something else with our lives? What are you seeing? Yeah, just look how it's printing, guys. I mean, it's going, but um, we're leaving a lot of candles here with flat tops. So I would rather wait for the long. And then just go down, and then we have a nice long setup at some point, retracement, and then look maybe for continuation to the downside, or I'm actually thinking I'm more interested if the market stays like this for another few weeks. I'm more interested in just focusing on improving my models and maybe deep diving into the charts and studying a little bit more instead of looking at wasting my time in New York session with the price action. If I'm going to see that, I'm just going to focus more on different things and just do market related stuff, but just more focused on educational stuff for myself, improving models, maybe looking at I have some other ideas for models that I was working on. And instead of finding these things in the market, it's going back further in time and looking for, not really back testing, but just, looking at charts and things like that. So I'm really thinking about doing that more. If the market stays like that, I'm not going to waste my time and try to trade it. I would rather wait until it eases up. Like ICT did say something that, listen, I think he's a bit too much conspiracy theorist, but he said something that made sense. That was that is it next month that we'll get the new chairman? The power will be gone, and he said, yeah, they might hold the market because of that. Now I don't think they would really. I mean, well, they could do, yeah, they could still bring it higher, and it's just the way it moves. But it makes sense. Maybe that's after that it might be loosen up a little bit. It does make sense in a way, maybe. So who knows if that's the case? So when would that be? Does anyone know? When is Powell briefing? May chair when Federal Chair. Okay, well, that will be end of May. That's still 2 months out. Mm. But anyway, guys, just on that note, if we do go lower, which is obviously now the case, I do think we might have a TGIF, which means go back into the range at some point, 20, 30, 40%. If not, if they just keep on going lower, then a lot of the times that retracement is in Asia. So when the market opens, it does that spike up again. So if it doesn't do it on a Friday, in 2 days, then there's a lot of the times they do it when market opens. So um, that's always a very easy trade because it literally, I mean, it almost never skips that. But who knows? Now it does. So keep an eye on that. The question is how low does it want to go? I think we're going to go today for that, for those juicy. There are these lows here, this area for sure, right? I mean, it's so close now. We're already in the 700s. $737, only 50 points further down. Well, it's a beautiful rundown. I mean, it's a beautiful expansion candle. Not in it. Didn't trade it. Am I upset about it? Not really, but am I upset about the market a little bit? No. Just have to submit to it and be okay with it. Patience, which is, I'm thinking of calling an early week. Yeah, hey, Zar Trader, I totally get it. You know, had a fantastic European session on DAX, not looking for more. Yes, exactly. You too, Zar Trader, wish you well. And I think that's a good attitude to have, guys. You know, if the market, you know, you give it a go. And a lot of the times what I've seen lately is that the first opening trade between 9:30 and 10 is nice, and maybe a little bit after, but after 10 o'clock then it becomes very choppy. Then again, you know, if you're at home, you can have a look again for the 10:15 macro, or look after 10:30. If it's again choppy, just close your trades and don't look at it until maybe if you are not doing anything, you know, and the PM session. But I wouldn't waste, I mean, you know, just go live your life, have fun, do nice things, study. But yeah, I mean, just, it's been giving us now so many hints that it just doesn't want to, we're out of sync for some reason. Oh, let's see if we can use the implied fair value gap here. I like it. Hold on, let's do that. Let me go to the daily. And I need a little bit more data. Now, which one should I use? I think the blue box here is already in play. Let's see. I think this is the red area. Five o'clock. Let's see if it takes out the previous day low at 5 o'clock, and we might have a turn at 5 past 5. Oh, look at this. We left so much open here. You see the opening range gap that is going to be a bit at 900. This is going to be a very interesting area for today, I think, at some point, or maybe next week. Look at this on the weekly, guys, how that looks. That might be adjust. Even without B adjust. That is crazy. Look at this. We got the order blocks here. Weekly. So yeah, I can't be bearish from here. Um, I would definitely let these weekly, these big boys. Yeah, hey Jane, it's all about oil. That relentless movement was moving the market. You know, yeah, I think everything is related. All those things are definitely related. And there's just no money coming in. There's just no investment. There's no money. It's all being, it's just, you know, back and forth, back and forth. There's no investment. There's people are not putting their money on the line. There's no new money coming in. So it's just, you know, it is what it is. But it's funny to see that gold is also not really moving, right? It's the same, similar. Um, but look at this area, guy. I mean, you cannot. This is really. Uh, this this. I look at this area. I'm like, are you gonna leave that really for really a large move to the downside, or are you gonna go back up for a while again, running around? How low do you want to go before you go up here? Because we've got these here as well, right? 23,000. I wonder if this is going to, these two here. I want to see what the midpoint is. I'm just going to use the body to body in this case. 628. 628. 617. Okay. 624. 628. Okay, previous day low taken. Let's see. Let's see that blue box that I marked here, if that is going to be the low. Let's see if you can reach this area here. 737-ish. I want to see if it can go to this area here. Okay, we've got another low here. Yeah, let's see. I want to see it hit this area, this blue box. And then I might be interested in a long, just a paper trade. I'm not going to trade anything, but I just think that might be a nice entry for a reversal up into this area. Because remember, we still have that, they're going to close that range. They want to close that opening range gap a little bit before market open. But we still have 3 hours though. 4.5. Okay, I like it. I like it. It's touching that blue box that I marked. Let's see if we can go to the red line. So for me also, I'm just, what I like to do now is see if I mark the right areas, like is that the low, then I can trust that when I do trade again, that my level that I'm marking out, that I can trust that as TPs. Because, as I trade those larger moves, I want to be able to identify where the market is going to either stop or what is going to work as level of a barrier, so to speak. So I'm now watching if this blue box is working, or is it the midpoint, or is it the top. So that's more what I'm doing right now. So I'm not I don't feel like I'm wasting my time. Seb says 726. I don't know. Let's see if it's 8 past and it doesn't move low. I think we're done with the macro. We do have this 3-day. Just want to go here. We do have this low here. 726. Yes, that's this low. But for me, this area, I mark that as an endpoint where I could anticipate I guess, retracement or reversal. I guess it's working. Okay, here we go. I like it. Okay, let's see. I didn't expect this level to be hit already in London. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we're almost at that 726, almost. Come on, bring it down to the midpoint. Bring it here, 714 then. You can do it. Almost. Come on, slam down. I really thought that this area wouldn't be revisited before New York session, but it did it all the way in London. Okay, 726. It took that 3-day liquidity. Come on, bring it down to 714. Come on. Go to the red line. You got your TP? Well done. Yeah, I would be careful here, guys. We had a lot of down movement in London. Okay, red line hit. Let's see what it does here. Okay, I wouldn't trade it further than here. This will be my stop at the red line. It's midpoint of that gap that I marked. Hey, but it could still fall all the way down. This is a 50% of that level. I personally would have gotten out here, but beautiful, just beautiful. Okay. I would definitely take a long here, but I'm just gonna paper trade it. But I'm not gonna bother now. But I would definitely, this would be my area for a long. For at least an hour, I think. I don't know. 12 past 20. Let's wait. We need a closure here. This needs to close. No body closure, no entry. So hit this blue box exactly the midpoint. Wow. Now, it's be a V-shaped recovery. There's still room to the downside though, because we got a midpoint of this level here. But that might want to be for later on. Yeah, I think this is going to be a nice V-shaped recovery. It's just going to go up for a while. To my trade. Let's see what I wanted to do. There are not much imbalances here, are there? There's not much imbalances. What do you guys think is going to go free fall from here? Yeah, 796. I would trade it up to here. This would be my trade. Not this area. That would be my trade. I'm not interested in trading now anymore, but I would definitely trade it from here. Using this, there's not much imbalances, to be honest. Mm, I think it's just a retracement, it's not a reversal, not at all. Got here, here we go. It's just to punish the shorts, to get the shorts out of their position. That's all it is, right? It's just to get you out. Just go a little bit higher and then stall maybe a little bit, and then manipulate in the. But you want to mark this monthly wick, guys. Um, sorry, I'm tired. You want to mark this monthly volume imbalance. Sorry about that. I'm going to mark it because that's going to be a draw on the when it's going to when we do have a low resistance liquidity run. I can see this one being in play. Monthly, here we go. Yeah, I'm definitely we hit 0.5 the monthly wick here, so I'm definitely not going to short anything now. I really want to see a proper retracement. We're on the midpoint of the blue box, which I indicated as a point of most likely a good retracement. 0.5 the monthly wick. So yeah, I'm not in a trade, but I'm definitely not shorting here. I'll have to re-enter a later point, but 0.5 the monthly wick, that's pretty huge. You want to be very careful. We go. Yeah. When we inverse this, I would definitely reconsider staying in your shorts. A lot of line liquidity here. $73 points. Yeah, I think it's gonna run nicely for a while now. Let me just, um, inversion, retest. There's a lot of liquidity. I think we're gonna go back to this little boy here. 854. Let's see. G3. How much points did we go into London? I mean, it's this this candle. How many points are you? 2, 10. You already moved quite a bit. No, I'm not. Me, the confirmation is this box already for long. I mean, I don't have to wait. When I hit 0.5 in my box, the red line. Normally when I would trade, I would just enter. That's my turtle soup. Also, time is lining up for me to trade the long here. I don't have to wait for anything. It's just, I mean, the only thing is that I'm wondering how far up it will go, but it will be a more time-based trade, matching with this box and things like that. Yeah. But like I said, I wouldn't be too sure how far up because I do think we might go lower again. But this could also be the daily low. Looking at the weekly, I'm like, we might turn the weekly now in a green candle. This might be the daily low. Hold on. We already went down 254, 245, 250 candle, 250 points. Yeah, there we go. I think this is a valid trade, to be honest. I'm not in a trade, guys. I'm too exhausted to trade now. But I do. This is something. The first time I feel confident was here. To take this trade. And I like this up to here. Why? It's also the midpoint of this order block. So let's say this is a bearish order block. It's going to keep down. This is still a valid trade up to here. I would trade it up to here. because this fair value gap didn't hold as a bullish, it will be a bearish. It will be a barrier for the bearish side as well. And this order block will keep us down most likely, but I would definitely trade it up to here. Yeah, beautiful trade. I missed the 8R trade. I don't care. Too tired to engage right now. 133 points. Time always overpriced. 527. I do think there's more room to the downside. Oh, Mether, I haven't traded. I mean, I'm not interested in this price action at all. For me, it's just really studying if my levels are working. So I marked this box, like okay, this blue box here with the midpoint and the red line in between, and I thought, okay, if this is not going to hold, then I wanted to go here, and around exactly at my time it turns. This would be just a blind trade for me getting in. Also, it hit a 50% of a monthly wick. This one here, a monthly discount. Discount wick. So, but I'm and I wanted to see it go up here to this order block. Let's see. Why are you pissed, Pia? Just lose my founder. Oh shit. Oh guys, I wish I could. This is such a low. I mean, okay, this is the thing that I also experience. When you look in this candle, it looks very easy. It looks like it's really, really easy because it's just trickling down. But if you are entering here, look at the back and forth, back and forth. It's extremely stressful. This costs you so much of your mental capacity. Look at this trade. Look at the difference here where I did not enter, but I say, okay, I would enter here blindly. Look how this is going. This is easy. This is just going up. Look at the difference. This is what I'm always waiting for. Now I didn't trade it because I'm like, you know what? I just want to rather watch, but I'm looking at the levels. I marked this blue box. This is a blue box. I said, if it's going to turn, I will wait until here. I'll show you. I had it marked. This is for me a win. That I see, oh, I marked the right area. I know where it's going to stop. I know where it's going to reverse or retrace. I don't care if it's a retracement or reversal. But this is for me a win for today. I didn't trade it, no monetary value, but I marked it correctly. That means I understand what the market is doing and how far it's going to go if it's going to go lower. My long failed, so it wanted to go lower, but I had this already marked last week already. If it's going to go, this will be my area for my long. Now, I'm still watching it because I'm just finding out that these levels work. But if price and time matches, you have a high probability trade. This is the first time that I saw, okay, this is a high probability trade now. $5.11. Now, my initial target was here, so let's see. Now I should, it's 80 points. That's what I do. I don't want to trade less. So, I come back to the same point again. I actually don't want to change, but if I want to have a trade within London between 2 and 4, I should. But now I have to wait longer for my trades to form. I still think this is a valid trade here, up to my level here. I think it's still valid. This level. It's 133. That's what I usually average. I mean, I average between 60 and 150. But I have to wait longer for them. And now I have to really, really wait longer for them. And that's hard for someone who's impatient like myself. So that's why I like to watch, and maybe next time I'm just okay sitting through that, missing the short, and then I just don't care because I think, okay, I'm just going to wait for the long. You see how the difference, how it's moving, guys? You see what I mean when I'm like, I just don't like this and I'm not going to anticipate. I'm willing to wait. Pia, it sucks. I know. I totally. Um, but yeah, you just have to figure out why you lost it. It's either you over leveraged, you were you went into a area which wasn't. Maybe you were chasing, maybe revenge trading, or um, for me, the whole move down was a little bit. Well, there were two good entries. There were only two good entries, and I didn't take them because I started a bullish buy, so I had to let it go. I had to wait. Um, for me, the whole dripping down was just horrible. And I've been smacked around too much to really anticipate this price action. So I'm like, okay, I'm staying out unless you got the good area on top, like a 250ish, 250 macro. But make it a win by just journaling it and figuring out, okay, what did I do wrong? What could I do better? And just you really have to try to figure out why you entered that trade and why did you lose your account? Did you over leverage? Did you use 1%? Most of the times we just want to make back our losses and we spiral. Once we're spiraling, it's really hard to walk away. The trick is to walk away before your brain gets into that state of mind. And it's really hard. And because yeah, listen, I lost an account yesterday, an eval. I blew it, and I literally said it's not going to happen today, and it happened. So we all fall victim to it once in a while. But for me, this session is a win. I was wrong. I missed a few things. I figured it out along the way. Then I'm happy that my indicated box here is giving me a good, well, see if my TP gets it. If not, then I have to readjust, and then it's not going to take up the rest. But look here, we got a lot of. Maybe I should calculate the range. Hold on, I should do that quickly because I'm just going blindly now. 0.5. Technically, what we've seen, 0.5 works. Maybe I should get out here, right? But I'm going to journal. I'm just going to leave it. I'm going to journal. This was the high. I want to have the other high. Take the. I'm going to use this whole range now because I think it's Yeah, let's do it. Because I do think we have. Don't think this is balanced, is it? Or are you? Ooh, maybe you are. Yeah, it's tricky. You're tricky. You're gonna trick me now. I know you are. Quickly have a look. Uh, done. Like this. This is taken. It's all balanced. I already closed this balance here. You see that? Oh, sorry. Sorry, my love. Okay, good. Why is your camera so bad? Is it really bad? Yeah, I think my internet is bad today, SRGM. I think my internet is glitching. So I think the camera in general is bad. It isn't bad on OBS. It's very clear, but YouTube is bad. I can see it. And it's also the light. Let me just give me some more light. Let me open up. Um, I don't know, but yeah, I had some glitches today. So then always that indicates that the connection is not optimal. And then I noticed that my camera goes a little bit wonky as well. But hey, um, okay, let's see. I think maybe the Asia low was the max today. So let's take it at Asia low. See the dashed line is Asia. Asia highs and lows are used as well as a lot as a interesting point. Let's see. It's 87 points. Okay, that's good enough. I would have taken it just to the green line though. To here, 77. That's it. So I wouldn't gotten out of the trend. We do have a little bit of a. Let's see. Just curious to see how far, but I don't think there's any gaps. There's no imbalances left. Everything is balanced here. Did you have a little bit over here, but I still wouldn't short from here, to be honest. I still would not be ready to short. 4 hours. Remember, this 4 hours to close now, so it doesn't. The low is in. It's not going to make another low until 6 o'clock. Um, Maybe the continuation can, the next one. Let's see what it wants to do. So at 6 o'clock we have a new hour coming. So the question, if we want to go lower, right? Let's say the 6 to 7 o'clock wants to continue, or maybe wants to consolidate. Remember, we've got these two here. Two. I'm sorry. I'm looking. I was like, I'm doing something wrong. I'm looking at these two. Sorry. This one will keep us down, right? If we're bearish, we don't want bodies to go higher than the midpoint of those order blocks. So if I would be in this trade, let me go back. I'll go back to the 3 hour. See how the 3 hour looks. I can see it go back all the way up here, 870. So here in this area, because 870 looks like there's a little gap here as well, right? Is there a gap, or am I? It's just very small. Let me check. Check. Is it overlap? Okay, what are you? Your close is at 872. Where's your open? 872.25. Okay, so there's a tick of a gap. So there is a gap. It's just one tick, but is it also the midpoint? Let me just double check of this. I'm just going to do body to body first. Let's see. 0.5 is higher. Yeah. So we can say this, the order block can go all the way up here, midpoint, but I think this is a valid area, which matches up with my fair value gap here. I like it. It might go higher, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, guys, that if the weekly turns bullish and we go close a little bit of this gap today. Or we go to 0.5 here and go lower. I'm just looking at this weekly. Look at this. Look at this area. There's so much work to be done. Ooh, SRG. Explain ICT concepts. ICT concepts is a lot. I cannot just explain ICT concepts like that. If you like ICT concepts, it's technical science. It's more technical. It's just logic behind price action. So it's just giving you references and things to. You just look through a different lens to the market, and you can identify specific areas which have been created into a logical. Well, it's like I said, it's technical science, but it's not like I cannot. No, it's not. I don't think so. Okay, let's see what this macro is. Then I'm going to stop the stream. I need to do some stuff. Okay, okay, let's see what it wants to do. What do you guys, I'm going to do another poll. What do you guys think? Is the day, just the daily buys? I did a poll again, but obviously now we have more data. I'm just curious where you guys are at. Start a poll. I don't think I'm going to trade today, but is the day, okay, are we going to make another low? Are we going to make another low today? Um, just curious where you are at. I'm just thinking we could make another low and go back up and be bullish for the rest of it. I'm just trying to think how can I phrase the question. Because I can see us going to the 0.5 and then be bullish. Okay, let me rephrase the question. I'm going to phrase it. I'm going to ask this way. Do you think this weekly candle will turn into a green in a bullish candle? So that means it doesn't matter how far down we go. Will it turn green at some point? That means we are going to go over. So we have an open here, right, at 88, let's say 900-ish. So that means we go higher than this level again. So at some point. Let me rephrase it. It doesn't matter if we go down. Will bear weekly candle turn bullish today? Doesn't matter what time, but at the end of the day, this is going to be a green candle. Or are we going to expand lower and end as a down close candle? Yes or no? Have a great day, SRG. Yeah, one vote, no. So that means we're going to disrespect these order blocks here. We're talking weekly order blocks here. Everyone so far saying no. So everyone thinks we stay bearish. I find that vote to be impossible, but only because I'm trading other out of screen. I find that vote to be impossible. Anything is possible now in these days. We've got these equal lows here at 23. So it means if for these candles to be hit, we need to go lower. Almost 700 points on a Friday. We could end up somewhere in the wicks and could reject here, but these order blocks here. I think we could go one leg lower, but I think we're gonna either consolidate here at some point and then maybe go out with the range a little bit. That's what I think. So we might go up a little bit. So I do think I wouldn't be surprised. It's not going to be a big green candle. Not that it's going to be huge, but maybe they'll start closing this gap a little bit. Start it. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. Just go a little bit higher into just closer to this wick here. We have a lot of we left a lot here. I do like, yeah, I really like the 0.5. I really want to see it go one leg lower, but I hope it goes back up a little bit. Not maybe to here. Maybe this is too much, but I don't know. I mean, remember we have an opening range gap that's going to open from 900, so that is around exactly here. So if we're going to trade up into the opening range gap, it's going to be at the open already. So that's why I'm sort of like playing around with the idea that it might turn bullish. Not a lot. I don't think it's going to be, we're going to go all the way up here. But the moment we go back into this range, we just go back a little bit higher, maybe a little bit. I don't know. Maybe take out here. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just, for me, it's all about going over possibilities because you just want to be prepared if, well, I'm not going to trade it most likely, but you just want to be prepared for what happens. And if it goes lower now, I mean, when is it going to stop going lower, right? This was a nice reversal, a retracement. It seems to be going lower again. The opening range gap is going to be there. That's what smart money uses. It's the overnight trading, and it's a big, large gap. It's going to be all the way from here. So it's going to be used at some point today. It's either going to be used for the retracement of the TGIF, or it's going to be used for another manipulation to go into it and maybe then further lower. But I don't know. Or we're just going to drip down again, and then at some point it's going to use that area. But I think that they're definitely going to use the opening range gap, at least I think 50% of it. So, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I've seen it happen on Fridays. Bearish candles turn bullish and bullish turn bearish. Crazy stuff. But this area looks weird to me. It looks horrible. This weekly. Look at this. Ugh. Okay, for those who have been around a long time, have you seen these areas on the weekly? This area like this? I'm just, I think I'm in 6 years only, but only 3 years that I've actively been journaling and looking at the markets. But this is sort of like, for me, on the weekly, I have this a lot on the weekly. I might have missed it, but I just haven't seen it. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And listen, I thought, oh my, I need to do my B adjust. Well, listen, I'm going to do B adjust now. Both are the same. I thought, I just have to put the other one on. Sometimes I don't know. I'm like, I just always look at both. But for those who have been around a long time, this is really unusual in this area like this for so many weeks in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're on week 6 now. So wicks are just a bunch of gaps, a lot of gaps, and that's why when you go back into those wiki areas, it just takes time to balance imbalances out. It's a lot of imbalances, literally. That's what wicks are. Okay, I'm just curious to see if it wants to make another low now. That's how I love tape reading. Such a nerd. Trading nickels. Good one. Yes, everything is possible. Whipping market. I thought that to be impossible, but only because I'm trading other instruments. I'm out of screen to look. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Hey, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm just, look, I said it before on Friday. I always try to have all scenarios present so I can be prepared. But there's always on Friday they have a new scenario. It's like, I didn't think about that one. Or it's just really funny. Did you take partials? Hey, Bashi trades. No, I'm not trading. This is just a hypothetical trade at an area that I marked. I thought, okay, a return here or a retrace or reversal. That was the area, but I'm a little bit, my mindset is not, I don't have the proper mindset at the moment to trade. I'm a little bit annoyed with the market. So it's not the market I like to be in. Now, again, this would have been a proper trade. So for me, it's a win on the sense of the area that I marked and where it stopped. I'd like to see it go here, but if I'm looking now in hindsight again, okay, where are the imbalances? This imbalance was already mitigated here. The only thing that I could see was these flat bottoms, flat tops, but it's a 1 minute chart, so it's not that, it doesn't have that much value. So technically, this fair value gap on March could be high, so then my trade should have been. So that's what I'm just doing, okay? Instead of, I would have traded up to here. Let's say 80 points. So that's a good trade. I like the way how it moved. For me, it's about, I just don't like to be in a trade that goes down the way it did here. I like to be in trades like here. You see the difference how price action goes. I get in at 5, let's say 510ish, and I'm out at 526. And that's okay for me. I missed important information for the short. There were 2 opportunities for me that I could justify the short, but I missed those. With a like, okay, if there's my if then statements need to qualify, there were a couple, but they were at very specific times and I missed them. So then I just had to miss out on the, but even though I missed them, it still didn't move in the way that I like to be in a trade. It's just not what it literally took 3 hours to get here. Now, we have someone who fell asleep and he woke up, so that's perfect, right? But you don't care then. But if you're sitting here like us, and I just don't want to be in trades like that. But it was, on the hindsight, it's a beautiful distribution. We cannot deny that. And everything is low, is high resistance now. Upside, downside, but it's a little bit better. Now let's see. I want to see if it's going to break again. I think so. The lower it goes, but Bashi trades, I would have traded this one. Um, I think actually, to be honest, I would have taken my first partial here and leave a runner up to here, but then I would have seen the turn here. I would have taken it off when we would come down in this candle here. Um, that's how I would have done it in this trade. So I would have still, this would have been my TP, TP2, TP1 here. Um, yeah, and then when I see it, just when we reverse this here, this candle would have taken me out, most likely. But in this market, you really need to take partials. I mean, you cannot not take partials. It's just, I've been really beaten up by this market. It really like got me. 17 votes, 41% yes, majority no. Okay, so you guys think it's going to go lower, 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 and never go back into. So the low will be too low. So even though when it goes back into the range, it's still going to be bearish. Okay. Yeah, remember now that the lower we go, the opening range gap is getting larger and larger. So it's almost 900. It's almost now 200 points when we go to 700. It's not too bad. I mean, I can see us go lower, and then we still have 3.5 hours to go, and then it could go back into the range a little bit. And small on the gap a little bit. We like a lot of the times when it's choppy, we get a small opening range gap, so we like it to be large. I actually don't hope it's going to. I actually was hoping that it would go up here and then go back down, widening the gap again a little bit. But if it would go lower now and then go back up before the open and close the gap, before open, well, I don't think I'm going to trade anyway, but I might just watch. Um, yeah, because we had, I mean, London was quite a large move, right? So you can expect, um, it's respecting 79% by the way here. So let's see, it wants to go back up. I really like this level here. So let's see what goes there. Now I wouldn't have a partial in. I wouldn't have a runner anymore. And when it goes this down, not anymore in this time of year. I tried that, and then it still went. It took my. So what happens? I would have moved my stop loss already, and then it would take me out for literally break even almost. So one runner, then literally it was just one trade. So I mean, so I'm not doing that anymore. $59. Okay, so it's still the same. Um, Okay, I think I'm going to leave it here, guys. I want to go to the beach and have a quick, nice little beach walk. Do you have any questions, guys? Any questions? Stay safe today. It's been a very hostile market. Um, the prop firms are doing really well, I think. A lot of money. They're making a lot of money from everyone blowing their accounts. Me too. Yesterday. Um, yeah, just be careful. I mean, if you have wins, just keep your wins. Don't just try to make more. If you already losses, just keep them as small as possible. Times will get better at some point. Things will get easier. And, yeah, I could highly advise to just go into more demo trading and just look for models and just do back testing, forward testing, whatever your preference is, and journal and look for algorithmic signatures and time. Time is extremely important. I can't stress that enough. Um, and if you're struggling, you're not alone. Everyone feels the same. Everyone knows market has changed. Except people that are using scalpers, they don't mind because the moves are not that long. But for us distribution traders, it's a bit harder. But there's still possibilities. But you really have to adjust your TPs to smaller areas, I guess. Low resistance liquidity runs are non-existent anymore. You can get larger trades, but they're all high resistance. Either also that kind of goes for me. I need to start getting used to it, or I just need to wait, like for this trade like that, and 3 points like this. But it just takes more patience, and it's hard for someone like me who doesn't have patience. But that's the only thing I need to. I can do that. I can do that. No questiones. Okay, guys, really stay safe. I can't stress it enough. I just really feel bad if. I know it's difficult to not anticipate in the market, but yeah, 6 o'clock. Let me quickly check the Discord. Okay, there you go. Okay, I'm gonna have some breakfast and I'm gonna do some exercise and go to the beach. You know where to find me. If I don't see you anymore today, I want to wish you a very nice weekend. Is it Passover? Well, for those who celebrate Passover, have a good time, and I will see you back on Monday. There is no bank holiday, I believe. So if so, then I'm wrong, but we'll figure it out on the weekend. If not, I will see you guys on Monday, London time again, and hopefully better markets. And otherwise, we just have to wait 1 or 2 months. And I guess we're going to do that. Ciao, ciao, everyone. Enjoy your weekend and stay safe.